As outras dizem à mão. Sim, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Paulo, e aí? 1, 2, 3. Som. 1, 2, 3, som, teste. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 7, som. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bom dia. Bom dia. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Bom dia. Experiência de som. Teste. Teste. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cinco, seis, sete, oito, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Som. Experiência de som. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11. Som. Teste. Teste já está. Paulo. 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 Ok. Obrigado.
Paulo.
Sim, sim, sim. Sim, bom dia. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to Porto. On behalf of the European Economic and Social Committee, I would like to welcome all to this very interesting event under the umbrella of the African, Caribbean, Pacific Follow-up Committee of the European Economic and Social Committee. I am very, very happy because finally, with a lot of efforts, with the Portuguese Economic and Social Committee, we organized the meeting in Porto. From the beginning, I would like to give a lot of thanks to President Assis and the Portuguese Economic and Social Committee for our excellent cooperation. I would like to thank our guests, VIPs, with us today in the first panel, and of course, all of you to being here in Porto. It was not an easy task to prepare this event because we had a lot of obligations to fulfill before to come to this very beautiful Portuguese city. It is because the agenda of the African, Caribbean, Pacific is changing day by day, and it's not only that, it is because our relations with Africa, Caribbean, Pacific is becoming day by day more important, and as European Economic and Social Committee, we kept this very important topic as number one in the agenda the last 3 years, and we continue to work with our counterparts, our organizations, our trade unions, our networks in African, Caribbean, and Pacific very closely, hoping that we will finally have a good solution for the post-Cotonou agreement. I had the opportunity 3 days ago to meet the General Secretary of the External Action Services of the European Union, Mr. Sanino, and the most important topic in the agenda was the post-Cotonou agreement. Unfortunately, once more time, we understood that this agreement has been stuck, unfortunately, only because one member state blocked the whole agreement between the 27 members of the European Union and the whole African, Caribbean, Pacific nations. It is pity. It is pity for all of us. The European Economic and Social Committee was, is, and will be always in favor for a very fast-track implementation of the new post-Cotonou agreement for a lot of reasons, basically for the society and for the people, because we need closer and stronger relations with the whole region, in African, Caribbean, Pacific, and in the Indo-Pacific, a new very important policy of the European Union. 2 days ago in Stockholm, I met the chef de cabinet of the Prime Minister of Sweden. Also, I asked for the post-Cotonou agreement. It was in my agenda because I wanted to know what the Swedish presidents should do for this very important topic. Also, the answer was with a lot of question mark, unfortunately. In any case, let's start our meeting positively. We are together here. We need to talk with a lot of important topics. One very important topic is water. You can see in our agenda because it is the very highest priority for 2023 for the European Economic and Social Committee. Our rapporteurs are here. And because water is becoming one very important international topic, it will be always in our agenda for 2023 and 2024. I will not spend more time, just I would like to welcome the Deputy Mayor, Mr. Araujo, here with us, and to give immediately the floor to him. Mr. Mayor, you have the floor. As you wish.
Good morning, everyone. I'll speak in Portuguese, so I have the translation.
Mr. Secretary General of the Organization of the Countries of Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific, Mr. Chairman of the European Social Economic Committee, Mr. President of Portugal, of the Committee of Portugal, Mr. President of the Monitoring Committee, and the Organizations of the States of Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific, Mr. President of the External Section of the European Social Economic Committee, dear guests, dear speakers, good morning to you all. I am delighted to welcome you to the city of Porto and this municipal library. Almeida, go ahead. The municipality of Porto is delighted and very much interested and welcome this meeting of the Monitoring Committee, ACP, where organized in a partnership with the Social and Economic Portuguese Council. It is very fulfilling to be able to contribute towards the enforcement of the partnership between the European Union and countries of Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific. This partnership is based in commitments such as sustainable development, ending poverty, maintenance peace, or the integration of the ACP countries in the global economy. I'm sure that these 2 days of debate will be very fruitful, and we'll be discussing the cooperation between the European Union and ACP countries. I hope that there will be a great advance in this agreement. More joint actions and more assertive actions regarding safety, human rights, democratic governance, and sustainable development. These actions, the success of these actions depend projects that will bring added values to this cooperation.
Contra a estratégia Global Gateway.
And this is a strategy that will be discussed here, is the Global Gateway strategy. This is an innovative strategy regarding the execution of innovative projects with countries that are partners of the European Union in a way as to assure long-lasting benefits for the local communities. We're talking about projects in crucial areas such as human development, digital technology, climate and energy, transport, health, and science and innovation. As I've said, this requires a very strong commitment from the civil society, otherwise it will be just a waste of energy. Also, as a result of this meeting, we also will be discussing the lack and shortage of water in the ACP countries. And I would like to just to tell you that the municipality of Porto is, in as much as possible, to collaborate with the European Union and ACP countries implementing integrated management and sustainable management of water resources. Our municipality has a worldwide experiencing the scientific knowledge and the knowledge to face the challenge of water management in the context of adverse effects of climate changes. Porto is one of the very few cities at the national and international level that is responsible for the whole urban cycle of water. That includes public supply, but also the management of beaches, rivers. In Porto, as we say, each drop of water is being managed by the municipality. And this, of course, is a very competitive advantage in this matter. Our public network assure the coverage of the city at very reduced cost and great quality of water. We have been introducing innovative solutions for the promotion of the sustainable use of water resources in order to respond to the impact of climate changes. And so we are in condition to collaborate in an effective way towards the implementation of innovative solutions for the challenge of water in the ACP countries. We can share knowledge, technology, good practice on integrated management, sustainable management of water resources with our partners of Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific. Ladies and gentlemen, the European Union is the greatest economic and political and social achievement of the 20th century. But in order to stay relevant in the complex times we are experiencing, European Union should show greater solidarity in the relationships of cooperation with partner countries. The solidarity, which is the founding principle of the European project, should not just include the relationship between member states. It should also be a guideline towards the relationship of Europe with developing countries. This is very easy to understand because Portugal has had an historical role in cooperation with different ACP countries. The cooperation with Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific demands a very specific attention from the Portuguese, the result of common heritage we have built throughout 5 centuries with Angola, Cape Verde, Guinea-Bissau, Mozambique, East Timor, and Saint Tomé and Príncipe. The European Union has committed to support ACP countries in the development efforts, namely financing investment in infrastructure, health, education, and agriculture. But it's also important to move towards another cooperation landmark. We have to guide the partnership with ACP countries for the great challenges society faces, such as migration crisis, environmental emergency, technological disruption, or geopolitical instability. It's important to state that the cooperation between the European Union and the ACP countries has benefits for both of them. It is true that the main objective of this cooperation is to help communities that are less developed, but we can't deny that Europe has many advantages from a closer relationship with Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific. The geopolitical tension that is tearing the world apart is reinforcing the importance of policy of European alliances. Europe requires partners that will help Europe to face this crisis as well as to recover its relevance in the international landscape. The war in Ukraine, the commercial trade war between the United States and China, or the technological leadership at the global level demand that the European Union should relate with other economic and political countries. I want to think that because this is a city where different cultures, different people are all living together, Porto can inspire the politicians and the diplomats are present here. And as a result, there will be specific advances in the cooperation between European Union and the ACP country. This is what we wish here at the Municipality of Porto, and we will do our utmost in order to assure that a new partnership agreement will be successful. So I would just like to wish you all a very pleasant stay in Porto. Porto has, that you have time to know the city. It's a very lovely city, and it welcomes everyone really well. So I wish you a successful journey, and I would like to say once again the honor we have in welcoming you here in Porto. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for the warm welcome. And now I have the pleasure to pass the floor to the President of the European Economic and Social Committee, Mrs. Christa Svenka.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this very important meeting, distinguished speakers, participants. I'm very glad to be in Porto with you today. Not only because we are in a beautiful city and we were welcomed in a fantastic way, thank you very much for this, but also because it's really timely to discuss about the ACP-EU relations. First of all, let me thank the Economic and Social Council of Portugal for the excellent cooperation and the organization of this meeting, as well as, of course, the Porto municipality for their support. I do welcome the points on the agenda of this important meeting for civil society. Today, the institutional framework supporting the ACP-EU relations, and tomorrow, some of the most pressing issues for the future of our cooperation, namely the global gateway and water. Regarding the institutional framework, the ACP-EU relations are at a turning point. In a rapidly changing world, we must adapt to ensure that the ACP-EU relationship remains relevant and effective. The need to address common global challenges such as climate change, health, and security requires coordinated and collaborative efforts. The Cotonou Agreement, currently underpinning the ACP-EU relations, will expire by the end of June, while the new partnership agreement has not been signed by the parties. And we have heard already today about the situation that is going on there. We welcome the new partnership agreement that has been negotiated by the parties. It makes significant commitments using the UN Sustainable Development Goals as a reference framework, covering a number of crucial policy areas for the future of our cooperation, such as climate change, economic, human, and social development, migration and mobility, and last not least, democracy, human rights, peace, and security. We also welcome the fact that it recognizes the significant role of social partners and organized civil society at large in the implementing and monitoring. Therefore, we can only regret that the definitive signature has not yet taken place after almost 2 years since the agreement was initialed by the EU and the ACP negotiators. We really count on the Swedish presidency to make additional efforts and unblock the situation at the level of the EU member states. The new agreement, while putting emphasis on the importance of the civil society involvement, however, leaves it to the parties to define the institutional framework for civil society participation. On this, I would like to recall our position. We deem it important that all agreements of the European Union include a strong civil society component. At a time where the space for civil society is shrinking in many parts of the world, there is a clear need that civil society mechanisms in international agreements are enshrined into law. It's a pity that the agreement does not include legally framed institutional mechanisms to enable social partners and civil society stakeholders to contribute to the public and democratic debate of its implementation, monitoring, and review. Not only there is uncertainty about the signature of the agreement, but there is also a high degree of uncertainty about the future of civil society participation in the ACP-EU relations. More than ever, we should continue to advocate to make sure that the voice of organized civil society and social partners is heard in the ACP-EU context. The ESC is ready, as usual, to play our role in the process of establishing new mechanisms and to ensure that civil society participation is ensured under the new agreements. Let me also say a few words about trade agreements between the EU and the ACP countries, the economic partnership agreements. These agreements are important, and they should create new opportunities in terms of trade and investment, but they should also promote sustainable development, protection of the environment, and respect for our key ILO conventions. The active participation of civil society and social partners in these agreements is thus essential. For us, it is key that all the economic partnership agreements contain explicit reference and provisions on the role of non-state actors and the implementation of those agreements, its monitoring and evaluation. This is vital if we want to achieve fair and equitable trade and to move ACP countries up in the value-added chain. Regarding the other topics that will be discussed during this meeting, the discussions tomorrow on the Global Gateway are timely, as this is a very important initiative for the EU which aims at supporting the needs for investments in soft and hard infrastructure around the globe. I do welcome the fact that half of the amounts to be invested, and that is 150 billion euros until 2027, will be dedicated to the African continent and will prioritize green transitions. The health sector, energy, transport, digital transition, sustainable growth, and decent job creation, education, mobility, and employability. I would welcome that the Commission also prioritizes the Caribbean and Pacific regions in this initiative. The ESC also welcomes the principles attached to these initiatives, namely democratic values, good governance and transparency, inclusive and equal partnerships, and green, clean and secure infrastructure, catalyzing private sector investment. And this clearly differentiates the EU offer from other initiatives, such as the Chinese Road and Belt Initiative. The success of the Global Gateway will depend on two factors. First, the focus on projects which must be based on the real need of people and the partner countries, and the capacity to deliver tangible results that will be life changers for the citizens. Civil society involvement is therefore key for the success. Transparency and bottom-up approaches will be key for civil society to play fully its role, but also for companies to get interested and involved. The initiative cannot succeed without their contribution. Finally, the Global Gateway should not compromise on some of our core principles, such as the respect for human rights, social and environmental impact assessment, and compliance with due diligence procedures. Your debate will continue contribute to the preparatory work of an upcoming opinion on the ESC on this topic. the global battle of offers, from the Chinese Road and Belt Initiative to the EU Global Gateway, the vision of European organized civil society. And the last debate of this meeting, and we've heard it already, is focusing on water, which will also provide input to the ongoing ESC work on water issues. We know that water is a fundamental resource. It's the basis of life, a precondition for human, animal, and plant life, as well as an indispensable resource for the economy. Climate change threatens our access to this precious resource. Water becomes increasingly source of conflicts, and the water-related sustainable development goals are still far from reaching their targets, which compromise a number of other goals. Climate change is already having devastating effects in water-stressed areas, especially in Africa. Decreasing water resources will result in food insecurity, poverty, and displacement. In this context, the ESC decided to focus this year on the topic of water, to alert about the situation and inform policymakers about the water issue in all its dimension and its implication, and to ask for a blue deal. On the eve of the UN Water Conference, I think this discussion is really timely. A final issue I would like to highlight is the participation of youth. In all our regions, across the globe, we need to closely involve young people in the public life. Our future, the future of our planet, depends on the willingness and the possibility given to young people to engage in political and civic participation. The ESC has launched several actions in promoting youth participation. For example, we have asked for an EU youth test in order to have that implemented before European policies are adopted. And we have hosted several rounds tables that have allowed young climate activists and representatives of youth organizations to discuss climate and sustainability policies directly with high-level European decision makers. Our External Relations section recently adopted an opinion on an action plan launched in October by the European Commission on the role of youth in EU's external action. The ACP EU Follow-up Committee has contributed to its preparations by holding a discussion with ACP youth representatives at its last meeting in January. And I'm very grateful for this contribution. EU and ACP civil society, especially the younger generations, has a key role to play in facing the global challenges ahead, notably contributing to the green and energy transitions. We must also foster cultural exchange and cooperation, especially among young people. The ACP-EU partnership is not just about economics and politics, it's also about people. We must work to promote mutual understanding and dialogue between our regions, learn from one another, and ensure that cultural diversity is celebrated and respected. We should encourage cultural and academic exchanges, and in this respect, I'm really looking very much forward to the visit to the Porto University this afternoon, because Porto University has several programs of exchanges between the European Union and ACP countries. Civil society from both sides must work together with a spirit of partnership and cooperation to ensure that the ACP-EU relationship remains strong and beneficial for all parties involved. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Madam President.
Muito obrigada. Tenho agora o prazer de dar a palavra ao professor Francisco Assis, Presidente do Conselho Económico e Social, e agradecer a sua excelente cooperação.
Muito obrigado. Queria começar por saudar.
Thank you very much. I'd like to greet the members of the panel. I'd like to greet the Vice Mayor and to thank him for the contribution that the City Hall Porto has given towards this initiative. Porto is a city that is very much used to welcoming foreign guests, and we feel very proud to be here in the city of Porto. In Portugal, there's this trend to do everything in Lisbon when we do something in a city like Porto. Unfortunately, it's something that we feel very happy about, but things will be changing soon. The City Hall has done a lot to change this, and I would like, can you please thank the mayor, and we'll be present with him tomorrow. Ms. Krista Schwenk, Mr. George Chikoti, Mr. Dimitris Dimitriadis, and Mr. Couch Trindad. I'd like to thank you all. A special word for Couch Trindad that also had here a very relevant role in this initiative, and a word for Mr. Dimitris Dimitriadis that I had the opportunity to talk to 2 months ago in Lisbon when we have agreed that this meeting would take place in Porto. I think that this meeting takes place at a time of great interest concerning the situation we are experiencing today at an international landscape. It's of interest for Europe and interest for the ACP countries. Europe is an open continent, a continent that is open to the world. We are experiencing today the result of profound changes that took place throughout the 20th century. What we are experiencing cannot be understood outside a broader context. The 20th century had two major world wars that were essentially European wars. Wars that were started in Europe, its core was in Europe, and the 20th century had two big systems that also took place in Europe, the Nazis and the Soviet regimen. And the last one had an ideological basis and also projected to different locations in the world. The 20th century was also marked by the statement of the democratic model and the process of decolonization. It was after World War II that decolonization started and a new stage, an international starting. So what we are experiencing today are still the changes in the end of 20th century, the end of the Soviet Union, end of Cold War, emergency of new international countries, a new relationship between southern countries with each other, a relative loss of relevance of the major Western powers. And this is unavoidable because the weight that Europe has had in the last 500 years was out of proportion regarding its demography and its economy. And so we are now experiencing the effects of all this. And what are the main problems that we are faced with today? First, the war in Ukraine. I think you have to discuss very openly when we have the opportunity to discuss this with people that are coming from different countries, different continents, and of course with also different historical perspectives. We have to discuss this very openly to say one of the main problems that we are faced with today, international, regarding the war in Ukraine, is that it is absolutely obvious that it is seen in a way in the Western world, and it is seen in a different way outside the Western world. And instead of regretting the situation, we have to try and understand why this is so, and we should act in order to overcome these problems. It is only natural that in the Western world, it's very, very important that in the Western world, there is the response that we are now providing, because what is at stake now is a whole set of values, the founding values of our model of organization. The history of Europe is quite complex, like all continents. It has had some outstanding moments and some very shameful moments. This is the history of Europe. We've always had in Europe very different guidelines, but the follow-up of the terrible events of the 20th century, we are able, as it was said here, to build a new European political project that is very much based on it's the so-called European Union. And this project is very much based in the best values that European culture historically was able to generate, to value freedom, equality, citizenship, tolerance, pluralism, and respect for the other individual. All this is identifies our political project in Europe. We also have very different political perspectives. But of course, there are some extreme minority way of thinking. But there is a background consensus regarding these values that identify the very best of the European project. Europe cannot, by no reason, to waive fidelity to these values. This is our identity. We always stand by these values in the present context. This is the result of a very long historical process that has been cemented, that has been set up by many constitutions, but it has given rise to this. So no European state can have, regarding the Russian invasion of Ukraine, any other opinion other than the opinion that we have had. Otherwise, we will be renegating ourselves. We will be questioning our identity. We also have to look at other countries who are further away from the conflict, that have another historical perspective. They have an experience, that is the experience of colonization. So it's only natural that they look with some suspicion to what is happening as a problem that intends to harm the situation in other regions of the world. Recently, I heard some statements from the Prime Minister of India, also some heads of states of South America, Africa, and the Pacific region that are always mentioning the negative consequences to mankind as a result of the war that we are now experiencing. And we have to look at these opinions with respect regarding what they say, because this is very much based in a different perspective from ours. But to look to respect them does not mean that we cannot speak openly to these representatives. And we have to tell them why, for us, this issue is absolutely essential and why we are not willing to falter on this, because our identity is at stake. How can we solve this? We want to further increase our relationship with other countries. The relationship with ACP countries is of the utmost importance for the European space. At the moment, we are discussing the post-Cotonou agreement. This was a very important agreement. This Cotonou agreement was really a landmark. It's very, very important. I think that it has been a very successful agreement, but like everything in life, it is now updated. It needs to be intensified. And so we, of course, and on behalf of Europe, I hope that we will make a huge effort in order to achieve success in these negotiations so that very quickly we will be able to obtain this new agreement. I see that there was one country in Europe that is opposing. The truth is that the countries that have always questioned the European consensus somehow are just excluding themselves from the European process. And this is also food for thought that we should consider now at all levels of the European Union, and it must also be understood. One thing is our differences, our political differences. Something else are differences regarding what is a consensus that regarding the European project. And if there's always one or two member states that are excluding themselves from this consensus, then somehow they are excluding themselves from the European project. This is something that should be discussed at the European Union, but I think that we can no longer postpone this debate. Regarding the other countries, it's essential to reinforce these connections, and these connections always have to do with two or three perspectives. First, we're talking about countries with very different stages of development, so we Europeans have the obligation to understand that many of the problems of these countries result from the colonization, and we have to assume this, because it's not that we are always saying mea culpa about our own history, because, of course, everybody has pages that are shameful in their history, but at present we have to analyze that there are many countries that were totally destructured as a result of colonization. So we, that were former countries that had colonies in the past, we have very special responsibilities, and I think that the European Union understood this. We are the region of the world that supports the poorest countries. We are the greatest supporters of these countries. And we are also the most open commercial trade space. We are the region that has more agreement with different regions in the world. And this must be further incentivized. This is an area that should be a priority. we run the risk that because of the pandemics and because of the war, there is a risk of going back in this process to further appreciate some policies, some dangerous speeches, and we know how dangerous this has been in the 20th century. It is certain that some things need to change, but the truth is that cooperation cannot be questioned ever. And we have to reinforce cooperation through these agreements that aren't just trade agreements. We're talking about economic, social, political agreements that we have with all regions in the world. And this particular agreement is of outstanding relevance for the European Union. And so it is very important to involve the civil society. As I had the opportunity to remind you, when we discussed previously, I was a member of the European Parliament, and the European Parliament had the opportunity to work directly with a negotiation process between European Union and Mercosur, Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, and Paraguay. And at that time, I went several times to those countries. One of the things I was faced with at all times was when I met with representatives from the civil society, they would tell us, European members of parliament, that they didn't know what was happening, that the agreement was being negotiated through the states, and they did not know anything about it. And the entrepreneurial associations were following the process, but the unions knew nothing about these agreements. And they were usually against these agreements because they knew nothing about it. I knew that in Buenos Aires 5 years ago, all the representatives of the unions were against an agreement because they assumed that it would be harmful for the industry and the agriculture in Argentina because it was supposed to benefit the large owners in the meat industry in Argentina. So there was this exchange between the elite in Europe and elite in South America, large structures. But in fact, there was a huge amount of the population that would be harmful, that would be harmed, sorry. At that time, I understood how it was important to have the participation of the civil society. First of all, the entrepreneurs and the unions. I'm sure we have here representatives from the unions, and here the European Social Committee has a very important role because there is a participation of unions, a participation of entrepreneurs, but we have to involve them all, and also representatives of the fragile situation, fringes of society, because they are the ones who are going to oppose, because they're so very much used to being explored. When something new happens, their first reaction is a negative reaction and mistrust. So I think this is a very relevant component of this society. The third issue, migration. Today, it's absolutely essential in the international political debate. Europe is an old continent, and next to us, we have Africa. That is such a young continent. And of course, demography and the pressure has always happened when we have two close regions and one is very young and the other was a very old population. It is only natural that the young people try to come to the country that has old people. And so we have realized that we have to deal this in the right way. And our concern must be to set up all the conditions, all the requirements so that those who want to come here, that they will be welcome with the greatest dignity and will be treated like any other European resident. But it is also true that at the time, migration flow can be negative, even for the countries of origin, because they might lose manpower. They might lose people they need for the development. So we have to find mechanisms of cooperation so those people do not feel the need to leave their own countries because they are essential in their own countries. We, the Portuguese people, also have here, we have a very significant of our young people, qualified young people, are leaving Portugal to go to other countries in Europe where they have better working conditions and a better life. But this is essential. Environment and digital transformation are right in the center of the debate. This is an essential theme in Europe, and it is something where all these issues are so relevant. And so to end, I would say that this meeting is of the utmost relevance, and it is now a very particular interest for the national life. The European Social and Economic Committee has been, for many years, had a very relevant role in the context of European life. Today, it is one of the European entities of greater prestige, and as the president of the Social Economic Council in Portugal, and together with other colleagues, we have always tried to increase the relationship with the Social Economic Committee of Europe, because I think we have to go much further than this, because we have not yet been able to find the right platform to assure the right connection among the national and the European Economic Council. And we, in Portugal, I feel that we experience the results of this gap, and we want to act. And I've had meeting with many colleagues. We want to reinforce this connection with the Social Economic Committee of Europe. So finally, I would like to address you all. I wish you all a very pleasant stay in the city in Portugal, especially in this wonderful city of Porto. And so that after these 2 days' work, we will have very fruitful conclusions for the future relationship between the European Union and the ACP countries, because this is important for Europe, for those countries, but it's important for international stability. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Professor Assis, for your excellent intervention. Now I have the great pleasure and honor to give the floor to His Excellency George Rebelo Pinto Chikoti, Secretary General of the Organizations of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It gives me pleasure to meet you in Lisbon today after so many sessions we already had in Brussels, and thank you for inviting me to be here today. Senhor Vice-Presidente Felipe Araújo.
So, Krista Schweng, Felipe Araújo, Vice Mayor of the Municipality of Porto, Francisco Assis, President of the Social and Economic Council of Portugal, and Krista Schweng, President of the European Social and Economic Committee, co-presidents of the ACP Assembly, guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. I forgot my friend Carlos Trindade, who is here today with us. It's a pleasure to be here in your city, in Porto. I would like to say that it's a huge opportunity that is given today to us to be here. I am grateful for the timely event, because we are trying to strengthen our involvement with civil society in an effort to have an inclusive approach of our cooperation. To OACP gives a lot of importance to such events because they provide us with the opportunity to exchange points of view about common interest issues. So our debate today starts a series of engagements about the subject, the future of the relationships European Union and ACP, and the contribution of civil society. The involvement of the interested parties starts with civil society, which is a need for our partnership because it allows us to align our positions, such as the group that interacts closely with the beneficiaries, as we make efforts to face challenges of our daily lives. Besides, it also predicts the appropriation through the people and the participation of the citizens. And this is quite essential for the success of all our policies, of our development policies, and the decrease of poverty. The organizations of civil society are a very important agent in the global process of development due to its proximity to people. They can facilitate a better understanding between the people and their leaders in this context. So they are called to play several roles, particularly in the promotion of good governance, the respect for the democratic principles, the rule of law, and the human rights. Ladies and gentlemen, the EU-ACP has given a lot of importance to civil society and its participation in the processes. All throughout the years, we've had several initiatives in order to ensure that ACP continues involved with the civil society as a way to develop and to strengthen its consultation with all the interested parties. So the partnership agreement of Cotonou supplied the legal framework to involve in an active way the non-state agents in the political dialogue and in the implementation of cooperation programs, development cooperation programs. So the Article 4 of the Cotonou Agreement establishes that when appropriated, the non-state actors must be informed and involved in consultations about policies and strategies of cooperation, especially in areas that are of their interest or that affect them directly, and about the political dialogue. The new partnership dialogue that was signed on April 15th, 2021, establishes the framework for political cooperation, economic and social development for the next 20 years. The new agreement prepares the path for the construction, for the creation of more coordinated alliances in the world. It also modernizes the cooperation, and it spreads the scope and the scale of the ambitions of the European Union and of the EU-ACP to respond to the present and future challenges. The basis that we launched for the involvement of the civil society in the former agreement reinforced our commitment to promote cooperation between the several interested parties to support the achievement of objectives of sustainable development, bearing in mind the roles played by the different parties and ensuring the respect by the rule of law. This approach of multi-stakeholder will include the civil society, economic and social partners, namely union organizations and the private sector, aiming at promoting and reinforcing their effective participation in the implementation of the new agreement. This commitment will take place both at the level of the common foundation as well as the 3 regional protocols. It's obvious that the new partnership, ACP European Union, will benefit the significant development of a wide group of interested parties, because its implementation will be an inclusive process which will bear in mind, take into account the needs of the citizens and the priorities of all the involved parties. So this will reinforce the trust of citizens in the partnership and its legitimate legal framework for the relationships of ACP, European Union. And so in order to achieve this, it's the need to expand the involvement of the parties to ensure a significant communication between the parties and to reinforce the dialogues with the interested parties through a specific tool and a dynamic one. In this context, the ACP and the European Union are working on the development of an appropriate mechanism for the structured involvement of the interested parties in the agreement. This mechanism will guide the participation of the civil society and other interested parties in the field of governance of the new partnership agreement. And it will also give so that all interested parties may play an essential role to support and monitor the implementation of the agreement through the liability and to ensure that the assumed commitments in the agreement are fulfilled. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, let me remind you that we are going through very hard times with deep and fast changes, and changes which occur at a very fast rhythm. Even though the complexity and the scale of this change tests quite often our abilities of response, however, the actions, partnerships, and alliances with which we commit ourselves will define the course of our development and of our achievements for the next decades. The moment is now to reassert our commitment, involvement with the civil society, which is in a unique position to perform as an interface between people and the several institutions by promoting and adapting resolutions and policies centered on people who guarantee that no one is left behind. Allow me to tell you that I have an ally when it comes to involvement with the civil society. So I hope that we can reinforce our collaboration and to increase our engagement frequency. And so with these words, I would like to thank you all, Dimitris, Trindade, for the invitation, and you can count on our engagement in all the works which will take place. Thank you very much.
Participation here, but also with our excellent cooperation in Brussels between your organization and the European Economic and Social Committee. Now, before to close the very first panel, I would like to thank all of you for your participation, but before that, and before the coffee break, I would like to say a few words for a very important member of the European Economic and Social Committee, Carlos Tridante. Because today and tomorrow will be the last meetings chairing the African, Caribbean, Pacific Consultative Committee chairmanship. I would like to pay a special tribute to Carlos Tridando for our excellent cooperation, for his work 2.5 years in a very difficult period during the COVID pandemic. We tried, and I hope that we succeeded to keep our networks open. It was a very difficult period for this committee, and especially because we have a lot of problems with communication. Carlos spent a lot of time, a lot of energy to support our work in the rec section. Of course, thanks to our excellent secretariat, we kept all the networks open, and we are together here. Thank you, Carlos, for what you did for the European Economic and Social Committee. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, after the coffee break, a very important European, Mr. Domenico Rosa, the head of unit for the task force on post-Cotonou strategic partnership with Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific, will be our first panelist. But the most important, Carlos will chair the meeting from now on till the end of our meetings tomorrow afternoon. Thank you very much for your participation. 11 o'clock after the coffee break here. Thank you very much.
Yes. Of course, please. Of course. Be careful not to fall.
Be careful.
A professional one here.
Thank you very much.
I don't know how many officers we have more in the room.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Austrian.
I was
Really?
Não, ela detectou que a mulher com um problema de uma mulher estava a novinha. Então foi uma coisa dolorosa, foi um negócio legal. E nas máquinas do 3 dias até nós era que poder usar o carro. Mas depois não. Almoço não, depois àquela. Depois, se já deve usar. Encontramos depois. Mas agora vou conversar um bocadinho com a Presidente.
Estarei no Porto, depois mais logo em
O Porto é mesmo na Câmara.
É na Câmara mesmo.
Força, Francisco.
O 8 amanhã é.
O 8 amanhã.
Então a Câmara. belgas têm. Não tem sentido. Não tem noção nenhuma. Não tem noção. Já vou lá, porque eu tenho uma pessoa de Famalicão, estava a perceber evidentemente gerou um pânico na cidade. As cidades mais pequenas do que imediatamente gerou uma questão de ouvir, é uma coisa tremenda. O Odmira, imagina uma cidade que tem 20 ou 25. Quantos habitantes tem Odmira? A cidade, o conceito tem 20 mil e tem quantos imigrantes? Portanto, é impossível.
On a préparé hier.
Ok.
Je ne me trompe pas. Donc ici, on a...
Please take your seats. Tomem os vossos assentos para podermos começar. S'il vous plaît, prendre votre
We will now start.
Pode abrir.
Então, continuamos os nossos trabalhos.
We will continue our work. I will be speaking in Portuguese because it's my native language. I would ask Charlotte O'Donnell and Mr. Machik to come to the panel. So Mr. Bazizi, Mr. Bouzaz, and also Mr. Idris.
Então, vamos.
So we will now start our session, the first panel. And after the brilliant session, the brilliant opening session we've had this morning, with the different presentations by our speakers that have shared with us their ideas that concerns their vision on this issue. The issue we'll be discussing here, the future of the EU-ACP relations, the contribution of the civil society. We will start to discuss the matter at stake. The post-Cotonou agreement, as many of the speakers said this morning, is in a process. It's now being prepared to be negotiated. This agreement, this post-Cotonou agreement, that follows the present Cotonou agreement that was also mentioned here during this morning, this post-Cotonou agreement has very positive references regarding the role of the civil society and the representatives of the social partners, the unions and the employers. The agreement includes very relevant elements for our life as a society. It includes the issue of human rights, democracy and good governance, peace and safety, human and social development, economic growth, inclusive and sustainable development, environmental sustainability and climatic changes, migrations and mobility. And so in all this process, the role of civil society is essential, as we are aware of in our daily life. It is clear that in this agreement, it has not been defined, it has not precisely defined how civil society will participate. And it's item 95, it states, and then there are different items in the 3 regional partnerships, and there are references. It is now open for debate. How these institutional mechanisms, and this is how the post-Cotonou agreement refers regarding the participation of civil society. And why? Because it will be in the development after Cotonou that it will be the institutions that will be defining the state. OECD is in charge of a study that will allow institutions, civil society, and social partners to decide what is the shape, what is the form that these institutional mechanisms will have regarding the future. This panel, with experienced experts, qualified experts, people very much committed in these matters. So this panel has exactly the will to approach, to discuss how the new partnership agreement post-Cotonou, the new organization, the agreement regarding the organization of African, Caribbean, Pacific states should be organized. This panel will deal with the specific participation of the structure, the ideas for the structure, the experiences we have, so that we can have a better debate. We have to really understand what has been said here. What is the present state of the art? What is the present state of the art regarding the post-Cotonou agreement? And so we have the privileged participation of Mr. Dominic Rosa. Mr. Dominic Rosa is going to tell us the present framework of the post-Cotonou agreement. He is the very best expert to share this with us. His experience, his expectations, what has been done, and what we have to do, we as the follow-up committee. And with his presentation, he is going to provide us in this global framework of the post-Cotonou agreement in order to allow us to really understand how these institutional mechanisms can be further developed. And for that, we will have with us 4 speakers. The first one is Mr. Alexander Bozzini, the expert of the OECD, that is now the project manager on the stakeholder engagement in the OACPS EU partnership. And then we have a specific expert, Mr. Khalid Bordali, the presiding officer of the African Union Economic, Social and Cultural Council, ECOSOC, and also Mr. Idris Alali, the member of the Economic, Social and Environmental Council of the Kingdom of Morocco, representing the President of the Union of Economic and Social Councils and Similar Institutions of Africa, CESAM. And these three speakers, along with Dimitris Dimitriadis, the President of our External Relations section, are going to share the experience and their visions on this matter. And I'm sure that we will learn a lot from them. So I give the floor to Mr. Domenico Rosa. He is the head of unit, the head of task force on post-Cotonou strategic partnership with Africa and the OACPS, and also the G International Partnership with the European Commission. So he was also a member of staff of different European commissioners, so has been very much involved in our meetings. And once again, thank you very much, Mr. Dominic Rosa, for your participation. You have the floor. You have the floor.
Trinidad for this invitation. So, Mrs. Schwang is the president of the EU ECOSOC, Secretary General of the ACPS, Mr. Cicotti, dear friends. Well, I'm always feel a little bit at home when I'm coming to the ACP EU, I would say ECOSOC meeting. I think that I was doing this also during the COVID period when it was difficult to have an interaction. So thank you very much for this invitation. I think that this meeting is definitely timely. The previous panel set up the political framework of our relation between the European Union and the OACPS. And I think that I would like just to highlight few features. As you know, the agreement with the OACPS is very peculiar. And in a way, it is unique in the world, in the sense that it is a multilateral agreement, but at the same time, it represents the individual bilateral relation between the European Union and its member state and all the 79 ACP countries. So it's in a way the best how to frame not only our multilateral relation, but our individual relations with the ACP. And I think that this is definitely important because being an association agreement will highlight the importance that we attach to our relation with the ACP. You know that Cotonou was signed in 2000, we are in 2023, and of course, a lot of things happened in the world, and I think that the negotiation tried to capture all this change all around the world and tried to produce an agreement that is fit for purpose, that is, I would say, preparing our joint action for the future, and it's responding to the requests that are coming from the different parts. Said that, I would say that we also tried through this agreement to capture the evolution that, of course, took place both in Europe and in the ACP by maintaining this privileged relation with the group as such, but moving also into a much more regionalized dimension, in the sense that we consider that, of course, we have what we could call a foundation that is defining the operating principle, that would say the principle that we have to follow and we agree to adhere on the two sides, but then the implementation of this principle should, I would say, take into account of the regional specificities. And this is why we have this new agreement that is, at least the draft of the new agreement, that is structured around a common foundation and then is developing along 3 different pillars, one for Africa, one for the Pacific, and the other one for the Caribbean region. I think this is definitely an important element in order to take into consideration the different priorities that we can find in the different regions. When it comes to the civil society, if you take Cotonou Agreement, there was a reference to the civil society and stakeholders in general term as one of the actors of the cooperation. At the time, it was intended to have the civil society and the other stakeholder essentially as a way, I would say, an implementing actor. So there was not given to the civil society the importance that they could have in the process of the agenda setting and in the political and policy dimension. I think that during the negotiation we tried to capture this request that was coming not only from the European civil society and the other stakeholders, but also was coming from the ACP civil society organization platform to give the civil society a more structured role. And this, I think, is captured in the new agreement. I heard in the previous panel that somebody was saying, but it's a pity that this is not, I would say, sanctioned in a formal way, but I think that during the negotiation it was too early to define a proper mechanism without having a proper consultation with the stakeholders. I think that during the latest African Union-European Union summit last February, we did a very, I would say, interesting experience in the sense that we proposed to civil society and to youth to prepare for their input into the summit by organizing themselves in a kind of consultative structure, able to produce, I would say, direct recommendation relating to the subject of the summit. I think that this is definitely is a mental shift that operated in how the civil society could and should intervene in our partnerships. I would say is important for the EU-ACPS, but is important also in other partnerships. And I think that is definitely something that we could use to help to define this mechanism for the future. The other important things that we have in the draft of the next agreement is the fact that we managed to capture what are the most advanced principles in order to include the civil society and the other stakeholders in the partnerships that are, I would say, three basic principles that could seem, I would say, evident, but they are not when we are moving into the direct or the real implementation. The first one is the principle of information, that we should inform stakeholders about what is coming, about what is going to be discussed. Second is consult, so having, I would say, a consultation on these issues. And the third and the most important one is to engage in a proper way on this subject. I think that this is taking into account these three principles that are principles that have been subscribed also by the European Union in the framework of its partnership inside the OECD, as far as the open governance, the open government principle are concerned. I think that we found an immediate resonance on the OECPS counterpart, and of course we decide, okay, how we can work together in order to implement this principle and to put this principle in practice. And this is why I think that we came to an agreement to have, I would say, a kind of honest broker in the OECDS, and I think that we have Alessandro here today that is going to present the preliminary conclusion or the recommendation of the study, to understand how and suggest ways that we can debate on how to move forward in this field. There is another element, and I think that we tried in the negotiation to voice the request coming from the civil society that considered that so far there was an engagement and a consultation with the civil society, but this consultation was insufficient in a way. First of all, it was ad hoc. Second, it was not done in a systematic way and sometimes not directly related to the interinstitutional event that are governing our partnership with the OCPS. And therefore, there was this, I would say, on one side, a kind of, I would say, mistrust of the civil society towards any too institutionalized structure or mechanism, because they consider that, of course, civil society is a living animal, if I may say. I hope there is nothing, I would say, negative in this, and therefore also its structure is evolving. So the civil society in 2000 is not the civil society in 2023, and of course they would like to see how their structure, their participation, and their representativeness also could evolve along with the evolution of the partnership. I think that this is definitely something important and relevant, and I think that is something that we should address in a way that is functional to their support to the partnership. It is important because sometimes when you are coming to the civil society, then the usual question, what is civil society? I think that we shouldn't be blocked by principle and, I would say, definition, and we should try to adhere to the reality and what the society is. So I think that so far we managed to make this extra mile in terms of involving the civil society. I understand that sometimes it's not easy, that sometimes there are reticence on how, who, when, and so on, but I think that we are definitely moving into the right direction. And this is why also we have in this institutional governance of the new agreement the tentative or the attempt to align the different moments in a meaningful way, in the sense that, for instance, so far the consultation of the civil society was taking place, and thanks to the ECOSOC in particular that were organizing this consultation with the stakeholders in the ACP countries. And then was, I would say, reporting in a way during the Joint Parliamentary Assembly. But both, they were in a way disconnected from the main governing organ of the partnership, that is the Joint Council of the Ministers. Now, through this, I would say, new institutional governance of the agreement, we try to align this moment in order to have both the work done by the Joint Parliamentary Assembly and the work that is going to be done through the mechanism that we hopefully be able to, let's say, establish to nurture the debate of the ministers around the priority of the partnership. So I think that we tried in the new agreement to set the line without create the boundary, without, I would say, preempting in a way the decision of the stakeholders in a way, in the sense that we should be the facilitators, I would say, but we shouldn't be the leaders or the leading force for this participation and this contribution. So this is, I think, the main message that I wanted to convey today. I know that we are moving into a new phase, and I think that in this sense we should and we could be as innovative as we can, and there is no risk in, I would say, moving out of our zone of comfort. Of course, it's clear that when we have a procedure, when we have established, I would say, process is much easier to live with, and when we have to innovate, of course, there is always some balance of power that is shifting, but in a way is shifting in order to respond to what our people, I would say, yes, our people is requesting, and we have not to forget that we wanted to have a partnership that is also something that is improving the people-to-people connection and not just the connection between the government and the executive powers. So, said that, the situation, I think that it was mentioned before, Commission as the main negotiator together with the ACP negotiator initiated the agreement on the April 15, 2 years ago, already, and then the Commission presented to the Council the proposal for a decision around the signature and the provisional application. These, I would say, all the procedural steps are ready, and we only lack this decision from the Council that unfortunately is blocked. When I'm saying the file is blocked in the Council, it's true, but it doesn't reflect the willingness of the European Union to move forward on this. I think that there is nearly the unanimity in considering that this partnership is needed, is necessary, is something that we can, I would say, live without. Moreover, with the change that came over the last 2 years, we saw the COVID-19 crisis, where all the world was a little bit unprepared to cope with, and only with and through, I would say, strong cooperation, it was possible to manage to get out of the pandemics. Then in Europe, the war caused by the Russian aggression to Ukraine, that of course not only created problem in Europe, but that is going to create and created problem mainly in Africa in terms of access to fertilizer and to grains, and therefore with the consequences of increasing the food prices in these countries. So I think that we definitely have an agenda where we consider that multilateralism is again at the center, and we should protect the multilateralism together with the ACP, in the sense that this is the only way for having countries to have their voice heard at international level, and not just going through the usual channel of the big tenors of the world politics. So I think that I would conclude on this word. We hope that at some point this blockage will be lifted, and well, I can only have this word of hope for the future, but it's just to reassure that both the Commission and the EU and its member states, you know, as a whole, are definitely behind this agreement that we consider is definitely a radical shift in our relation, and is beneficial not only for the two parties, but for the whole world. Thank you very much for the floor, Mr. Trinidad. And
Muito obrigado, Sr. Domenico Rosa, por esta visão simultaneamente.
Thank you very much for this vision that is at the same time global regarding the state of the agreement, and also the information you have provided in your comments regarding the relevance of the institutional mechanisms. And with this overall picture, we will now move right away to the work that OECD has already done. and that will be presented by Mr. Alessandro Bozzini, that is the project manager on stakeholder engagement in the OACP EU partnership. Mr. Alessandro Bozzini will give us, is going to introduce to us to how OECD, in regard to this challenge with the new post-Cotonou agreed, presents how is it that the civil society, the social partners, using this openness of the post-Cotonou agreement to implement this regarding a structure consult for social partners and the civil society. So I give the floor to Mr. Alessandro Bozzini. Thank you very much for being here. Mr. Alessandro Bozzini is going to present us his work in Portugal. Thank you very much. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Madam President of the ESC, Mr. Secretary General of the OACPS, co-panelists, members of the follow-up committee, distinguished guests. First of all, allow me to thank you for the invitation. It's a real honor to be part of this meeting. We've held a number of discussions in the last couple of months with Mr. Dimitriadis, Mr. Trindade, the Secretariat. So we're very happy at the OECD of this relationship that we're building with you and on this topic and hopefully a long-lasting relationship. For those who don't know us, the OECD is an international organization with 38 member countries and a secretariat based in Paris. Among other things, we work on public governance. That's where my colleague and I belong. The reason, yes, it works. We are here mostly to gather your views, to present some ideas and gather your views on what we've done so far in the framework of this project. So let me introduce you what we've been doing. Our work is in the framework of the Article 95 of the new agreement that you all know, so I don't need to present it. We are conducting a 2-year project in collaboration with the European Commission, DG INTPA, and the OACPS Secretariat that is funded by the European Commission. The idea for us is to be a knowledge partner, a technical advisor to both the EU and the OACPS, providing our expertise, our analysis, to be an honest broker, as we heard earlier, and providing some recommendations on how stakeholders could be meaningfully engaged in the new partnership. Our objective is to develop a methodology and a concrete proposal to facilitate and regulate the structured, institutionalized participation of civil society and stakeholders in the new partnership. Needless to say, we're just an advisor here. We don't make the final decision. So obviously it will be up to the EU and the OACPS to decide to which extent they will accept our recommendations. Just a brief overview of the methodology and what we've been doing so far. So our team, which is called the Open Government Team, we've been working on issues of transparency, accountability, participation for about 20 years, particularly conducting analysis, scans, reviews of countries and regions across the world. We work with our members, OECD member countries, but we also have regional networks in different parts of the world, Latin America and the Caribbean, Southeast Asia, the MENA region, and increasingly Sub-Saharan Africa. In this project, we've tried to be as inclusive as possible. We've worked with the European Union side. We've interviewed experts at the European Commission, DG INPA, DG Trade, some member countries, the European Parliament, the ESC. As I mentioned earlier, we interviewed the OACPS Secretariat. We heard from the ambassadors as well, the JPA, And we've interviewed dozens of civil society platforms and networks across both EU and the ACP. We've studied a number of existing examples of stakeholder engagement at supranational or regional level, which there are not that many, by the way. There are a lot of examples at local level, municipal level for involving stakeholders, but at such global level, they're not so many. So we've looked at a number of these examples. We do not have the mandate to evaluate other mechanisms, but we can learn, we can get inspiration from them. And as part of the OECD methodology, we also work with peer reviewers, meaning that our expertise at the Secretariat is complemented by some expert of our member countries. In this case, Belgium, Finland, and Sweden have been involved in this role. So far, we've reviewed a number of good practices, about 20 existing mechanisms of supranational engagement, and we've conducted a number of interviews and data collection through questionnaires. As I mentioned, we've drafted some recommendations that we are now seeking feedback on. These recommendations are still quite at a quite macro level. This is deliberate. The idea is to first receive feedback on these macro level recommendations and then draft something more detailed and more specific. And of course, we very much value your feedback on our recommendations because you've been working on this for years. After concluding this phase of collecting feedback, we'll draft a more detailed text, which will be again shared for feedback with a number of actors and institutions, including, I hope, your follow-up committee. We start with some overarching recommendations, and then we focus on a couple of aspects more specifically. So in terms of overarching recommendation, the first one is, of course, to ensure high-level commitment from both the EU and the OECPS to a common vision for stakeholder engagement. And from this point of view, of course, Article 95 is a very good start. Second recommendation is to institutionalize the stakeholder engagement process, moving away from ad hoc consultations, which is what Mr. Rosa mentioned earlier, to embrace an engagement on a permanent basis. And by the way, your committee is certainly a very good example of institutionalized mechanism, because it's, again, on a permanent basis and not ad hoc on the occasion of a summit, for example. Clarify the outputs of the partnership, the expected results of the engagement. So we should be clear what we seek input for, and on what from civil society, from stakeholders, and how these inputs will be used. Engage with a wide range of stakeholders. This is a topic that will come back later, including civil society organizations, businesses, and why not individuals, through a variety of channels, in person, digital. So the recommendation is to be as inclusive as possible, and we'll get back to that in a moment. Allocate sufficient resources for the stakeholder engagement process. And we recommend, on the one hand, funds for facilitation, governance of the mechanism, for logistics, think about interpretation, traveling, and so on, but also for capacity building, which is maybe an aspect that is sometimes overlooked. Many CSOs need capacity building to engage. They don't necessarily have the resources, the expertise, the time to engage in such a process. So that's why capacity building is really key. And then consult stakeholders on a rolling basis. So yes, ahead of key events, ahead of summits, but also on setting the agenda for these summits, for the joint institution meetings, and when the documents are conceived, are negotiated, resolutions, common positions, all these events, all these moments of the partnership should foresee engagement of stakeholders. Another aspect that we recommend is to build synergies with existing and past processes. Of course, the EU-ACPS partnership is unique, So any stakeholder engagement mechanism should also be tailor-made for this partnership. However, there are lessons that can be learned. On the one hand, from the Cotonou Agreement, again, we heard earlier that there was some engagement, but that it was mostly delinked from the official agenda of the partnership. It was, to a certain extent, ad hoc. And also, we recommend avoiding duplication of efforts with other processes and frameworks that already exist. Because, of course, the EU and the ECPS, they're not starting from scratch. There's a lot that has already been done. In terms of existing dialogue mechanisms in this area, of course, we mentioned the EESC, the African Union, ECOSOC, the partnership between the EU and the African Union that is working also on a mechanism for civil society engagement. The CAI Forum EU Economic Partnership Agreement includes a mechanism for dialogue. The Policy Forum for Development is an instrument that the Commission, DG INPA, has developed. The Joint Parliamentary Assembly, of course, is a privileged forum for that, and they created recently, the Women and Youth Forums. But also on the civil society side, there are some platforms that already exist that could be leveraged for this exercise, both in Europe, such as Concord, Piango in the Pacific, and in some sub-regions of Africa. One important element will be for the EU and the OECPS to choose which type of participation they want, which model of governance, as we say, they want for participation. There are different options, and each option has its pros and cons, or strengths and weaknesses, as we call them. One option could be the presence of civil society representatives in the official organs of the partnership. So the Joint Council of Ministers, the Joint Parliamentary Assembly, with CSO representatives as observers or as full members. This would allow them to have a seat at the table, which is very important, and could provide them, depending on the decision, the right to speak, to ask questions, why not to vote. Of course, there are also some weaknesses. For example, the observer status can have limited impact, but also even if the civil society is given this seat at the table, it is not enough to have their voice heard and considered, of course, so it could be complemented by other measures. Another option would be, which is not necessarily, these options are not mutually exclusive, so we actually recommend the combination of these options, but another option could be to establish a consultative body made only of non-governmental actors, which could provide recommendations to the official bodies. An advantage would be that this is a fully autonomous, independent body from governments, and provides a space for honest discussion, coordination among non-state actors. However, it does not provide a seat at the table, and the inputs of a purely consultative body can be easily overlooked. A third option could be to establish a body with mixed representation from both authorities and non-governmental stakeholders. This could allow for closer coordination between the two sides, if I may say, could build trust between the two sides, could enable more technical discussions. However, it would make it more difficult to develop perhaps independent position from civil society, and it would still not be an official organ of the partnership, obviously, so its impact might be limited. Finally, another option that could be considered, again, not as a mutually exclusive one, but to complement one of the previous options, is to also establish a body, a digital platform of citizens, individual citizens, to complement the organized civil society that could be consulted particularly on complex issues or on setting the agenda, on what the priorities are. However, the weaknesses of this option would be the high cost of implementation, and also if the questions are too broad, this type of engagement our research shows that could be not very effective. The Conference on the Future of Europe is an example where they tried to set up such a mechanism. So there are lessons to be learned from there. We also recommend facilitation and coordination of the future stakeholder engagement mechanism from two angles. One is the, let's say, geographical one. There are different levels. There's the global EU-ACP level. There's the regional. There are at least 4 macro-region: EU, Africa, Caribbean, Pacific. One could argue that the Africa region is so large that sub-regions would be needed. There's the national level, which we feel is key because many decisions are still taken at national level, and then the sub-national or local level. So an issue on how to ensure that coordination and that inputs trickle up, if you allow me, from the local to the global level will be key, and also how to have the thematic expertise at the table. So when there's a consultation on environment, you need stakeholders that work on environment. They're not necessarily the same who also work on trade or on peace. So how to make sure that the thematic expertise is present. And then the mechanism will require some body probably to keep it alive and to facilitate. It could be a secretariat. It could be a coordinating body made of heads of organization. It could be thematic working groups. Again, there are some options to be studied on how to keep the mechanism active. And finally, we focus on diversity and inclusiveness of the future mechanism with a few recommendations on how to make it as inclusive as possible. First of all, map the existing stakeholders, move away from a one-size-fits-all selection processes, because different regions, different countries can require different methods for selection of stakeholders. And we know that the EU delegations develop civil society roadmaps, so that could be a basis for that mapping exercise already. Engage in sustained capacity building activities. That's what I mentioned at the beginning, at national and local level, to ensure that CSOs are able to engage because, again, they're already busy implementing projects and doing their work, so they might not have a lot of capacity to also engage. Communicate widely about the engagement process. Outreach campaigns will be key, targeting particularly in those segments of civil society that tend to be underrepresented. Think about youth, women, rural areas, and so on. We also suggest to use clear and transparent criteria to identify stakeholders. Self-selection of stakeholders is probably the preferred method. However, we've seen in some mechanisms that there are constituencies that are preset, precisely to avoid that the stakeholder mechanism is let's say overrepresents one categories. So it could be farmers, consumers, unions, women, youth, NGOs, and so on. And invest in translation and interpretation to facilitate inclusiveness. Finally, very last slide, Chair, a couple of suggestions to avoid what we call consultation fatigue, the fact that stakeholders get consulted once, but then they don't engage anymore. One key thing is to provide systematic feedback on the inputs received by stakeholders, establish accountability measures, co-build monitoring and evaluation and impact assessment framework, to see how the mechanism works, set transparency as a core criteria of the stakeholder engagement mechanism, and define very clearly the people in charge of receiving inputs and providing feedback to civil society. I'll stop here. We'll be happy to hear your feedback on these recommendations and which role also the committee envisage in the post-Cotonou agreement. Thank you so much.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Alexandre Bosini. Acima de tudo, parabéns pelo trabalho feito.
Thank you for the work you carried out, but for the challenges for our meeting. so that you can provide opinions about what has been done. Without further ado, we'll give the floor to the next speaker, Khalid Boudali, the President of the Economic, Social and Cultural Council of the African Union, ECOSOC. Mr. Boudali is the President of ECOSOC since 2022, but he has a very long activity and experience in Florida, where he was vice president and president of the port of Florida, also in Morocco, where he comes from, and where he made all his education, and where he was president of several organizations. And now in ECOSOC from 2022, after being vice president, he is the president of ECOSOC. So we are honored to have Mr. Boudali, and I'll give him the floor right now. So thank you, Mr. Boudali, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. I would like to speak Portuguese, to relearn, but I'm going to speak in English.
Union, I bring you greetings, and I have to recognize the President of the Economic and Social Council of the great nation of Portugal, His Excellency the Secretary General of the Organization of the African, Caribbean and Pacific States, Excellency President of the European Economic and Social Committee, President, colleagues and panelists, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observers. Thank you very much. Let me reiterate the importance of CSOs in helping to shape the right outcomes for the African citizenry. It is important to channel civil society perspectives to support the negotiation process in order to achieve a post-Cotonou process that works for everyone. In this regard, I would like to highlight the following points of priority for us as ECOSOC and as a civil society organizations, and we call it the voice of citizenry. Working with multiple stakeholders and also promoting the African policies in frameworks, we do recognize that the economic partnerships agreements, we need to ensure that EPA supports its economic development needs and does not create undue pressures on local industries. And we know the superiorities in this effect, and we encourage our counterparts and our partners to really give the opportunity to the local labor and the African labor and small PME and PMI to really engage in an orderly fashion so they can catch up on a competitive level. Then we have the regional integration, that we should prioritize the regional integration, which will help enhance trade between African countries, promote inter-regional cooperation, and facilitate the movement of people and goods. And technically, we are lucky lately that we have regional RECs that they are working together. We have some minor problems, but we have seen big progress in East Africa, that things are moving forward with the open border policy, free movements, and that's a very good catch for the civil society really to get engaged with the local authorities in a regional level. Then we always developed a cooperation, and we ask to develop cooperation, that we should prioritize development cooperation that supports sustainable development objectives. And that's when we ask our European counterparts to really engage with us, and especially engage from the grassroots up with the civil society organizations, local communities, and to include, including try to see poverty eradication, gender equality, and environmental sustainability, and so on and so forth. Then the most important part, which is migration and mobility, and I'm sure that Madam President has raised these migration issues, and I think this is not only an African responsibility or the EU responsibility, it's everyone's responsibility, that we should seek to negotiate a comprehensive approach to migration and mobility that addresses the needs for both Europe and Africa and respect the human rights of migrants. And allowed me to raise the African migration policy framework that all member states are obliged to go by this framework. And let me bring you the voice of the African citizenry, that most of the Africans, from the member state perspective, they cannot be labeled as a border control or holding ground just to satisfy the European counterpart. This is a big issue for playing a police officer or a sheriff, especially from the North African zone that has been criticized many times from the North Europe to South Europe, and this is a responsibility for both of us from the African point of view, and as a voice of citizenry in Africa, we need to engage more on any economic partnership agreements needs to include solution, and I'm calling on you all as a voice of as advocating for as an advisors for European policies, to include that in your report, that we need solutions at the ground instead of in any economic partnership agreement. And let me make another point, that a member state by His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the champion of migration, has created a migration observatory board in the city of Rabat. It's an official AU office that collect data and try to assist at this point our European counterpart to see how we can move forward and address these issues. This is humanitarian issue. It touches all aspects, from the environment and to labor, human rights, etc. And allowed me also to touch base on climate change. From our perspective and from the African Union perspective, we should prioritize climate change adaptation and mitigation measures that address the particular vulnerability of African countries to the impact of climate change. And that's exactly will bring us to security issues and bring us to migration issues, because there is no support, especially in the sub-Sahel area. And that's what we have seen lately, overthrown of governments, illegal change of governments. And the funny thing is, and probably my words would not be politically correct as it should, but let the truth set me free. We have seen with the change of government that even citizens are more happier to do so, and they are appraising that change, and this is pretty much gives us desperation, neither from the members, from the leaders, or from their citizens. Then we'll go back to the governance, and I'm sure that you're all aware of the AGA program of the African Union, which is the architectural governance, African Union architectural governance. But we should prioritize governance reform, including strengthening democratic institutions, promoting good governance, and addressing corruptions. And I think we should, from this point, I'll have to praise the Commissioner, His Excellency Pancoli, for his leadership from the African Union point of view by promoting this AGA program and giving the civil society organization organizations through ECOSOC platform, total engagements, and produce technical and advisory reports. Then we have a peace and security that's in the same program, which is APSA. It's the African Peace and Security Architecture, that we should prioritize efforts to enhance our capacity to prevent and resolve conflicts, as well as work with the EU partners to address shared security challenges on the continent. Let's not blame or pretend that we're not aware of what really has happened and what's happening. That will bring us back to few organized crimes, terrorism, and also some organized crime group that are using these opportunities of channeling and smuggling people, from different member states, especially in the sub-Sahel, in the Western Sahara, in the Western Africa, that reaches the Mediterranean seas. So this is a shared responsibilities again, and through ECOSOC we raise this concern so that we can all work together to tackle it. Overall, the priorities varies depending on the African regions, and the negotiations should be guided by the principle of Africa first, to ensure that the deal benefits African nations primarily. And let me give you a message. I mean, before coming here to Portugal, we did have a meeting in our standing committee, and they send a clear message to our European counterparts. We welcome any partnerships, either bilaterally or between the African Union or the EU. But what is it for Africa truly? Let's give you the message, and let's be more open, and let's be more realistic. From the African point of view, and I'm not talking about politicians or leadership, I'm talking about the voice of Africa. That little citizen that lives somewhere that doesn't have internet or in a remote area. What he said? He said, we are ready to give $1 million to the Europeans. But why are they giving us only $1? Probably even a pocket change. The Africans, they don't need donations, and we don't need donations. We have natural resources that we are paying for the Europeans of the rest of the world. And thanks to Africa, that Europe is advanced, or the Western world is advanced the way they are right now. But we're not here to blame anyone. We just want our share and to be treated equal, and to turn, and that's what we're calling anew, to turn the debts into investments in Africa instead of keeping that clock running, and debts are turning around. And before you know it, it takes 300 years, maybe 400 years to pay that debt, and still you have to pay the principals. So I'm calling on you, and I'm calling on every participant here to look at the perspective that the citizens of Africa are more understandable, and to work together side by side with the European Union and with any organization in Europe here. But in one condition, and Africa comes first. We don't ask much, we just ask for our share. And the share that we will receive, it will eradicate poverty, it will stop migration, it will stop crime in general. So this is an overview of citizens, not from the African Union leadership. I'm talking on behalf of the African citizenry. So please forgive me for being so direct and for not being as diplomatic as I should be. But I think it's sometimes the reality in the truth hurts, and I do apologize for taking so much time, and I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Khalid Bod.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khalid Boudali. We have no problems with time. You kept your time, but the content of your intervention was essential. Thank you very much for this. And now we'll give the floor to another organization, the Union of Economic and Social Councils and Civil Institutions of Africa, Mr. Idris Ilali, and I would like to greet him, representing Mr. Shamir, the president of EU-ACP, is present in this session to provide us with his perspective on these matters. Mr. Idris Ilali has contributed in the framework of the Economic, Social, and Environmental Council of the Kingdom of Morocco to the studies on green economy and the potential of renewable energies, sustainable mobility, human capital, the social chart that was edited by EU-ACP itself. So Mr. Idris Ilali is also aerospatial expert, and he's the founder and co-founder of many startups and schools of engineering, and he has written many scientific papers on this matter. So you have the floor, sir. And welcome once again. Thank you very much. You have the floor, Mr. Idris Ilali. Muito obrigada.
Monsieur Philippe Aroujo, je suis désolé si je ne prononce pas correctement les noms des uns et des autres. Monsieur Francisco Assech, Madame Christa Schweng, Monsieur Dimitri
Mr. Dimitri Adis, Monsieur Georges Rebel Pinto Chicote, ladies and gentlemen,
honorable assistance, chers collègues, permettez-moi au nom de Monsieur Ahmed Reda Chami, le président du Conseil économique, social et environnemental du Royaume du Maroc et président en exercice de l'Union des conseils économiques et sociaux et institutions similaires d'Afrique, EU-ACP, de vous remercier sincèrement pour cette invitation, pour l'excellente organisation et bien sûr les relations qui nous lient désormais et son avenir.
With future. Okay, we're fine now. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, it seems the problems are now solved.
Bon, désolé, je ne vais pas répéter, mais...
So I'm not going to repeat everything that has been said. Well, just a couple of minutes. So we apologize for the technical problems. So, as I was saying, I wish you all a brilliant future for the relationships between EU-ACP and the European Union through the ACP relationships. On behalf of President Shamil, I really would like to thank those people responsible for the European Economic and Social Council, the European and the Portuguese one, so Mrs. Christa Schreck and Mr. Assis. And considering the good organization and the welcome you have given us. First of all, I would like to remind you and to pay tribute to the excellent cooperation between the Economic and Social Committee in Europe and the Economic and Social Environmental Council of Morocco, and EU-ACP that reinforce the cooperation networks we have organized together. And last year, the Euromed Summit in Marrakesh and Activaz Jack, as you all know. So we also intend to reinforce cooperation with the Social Economic Council of Portugal, both in the bilateral as well as multilateral perspective. And within this context, I would like to convey to President Assis the greetings from our President Shalit, as well the fact that he is always available to discuss common matters through our partnership in the social dialogue, and as well as the perspectives regarding innovation that can integrate human capital as well as the creation of common wealth. I would like to participate for organizing this meeting that for us is an ideal venue for the dialogue and for the exchange of ideas for the future of our relationship with the European Union, and also a time to reinforce our friendship relationship. It is also an essential meeting to listen to the representatives of the organized civil society and their active contribution towards building a space of peace and prosperity for the population in the ACP countries. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to insist on the need to define a strategic guideline that is more ambitious, I could say, that more ambitious for the future of our relationship if we want to assure the lasting development of our countries and the well-being of our population. Our advice from CESA Morocco and the Union of the Economic, Social and Environmental Council of Africa are aware of the relevance of associating citizens into the development strategy. Just an information, CESA, that is responsible for climate issues in Africa, has carried out a study with the involvement of 16 countries and 8,200 chosen citizens that made it possible to eliminate the perspective of the perception of African citizens regarding climate changes and to bring new solutions adjusted to each specific solutions. Different mechanisms were present and were used to interviews, workshops, and of course, we also have our results, the results from this survey at your disposal. And so based on this study, we have implemented the possibility to take into account the possibilities of the citizens regarding the adjustment. Regarding the opinion, the decisions, their own perceptions. And so regarding climate changes, that sometimes they don't have the right scientific information, and because sometimes they don't have access to that information. So within the results of this survey, 54% consider that we have adopted, regarding the scale of our countries, a document that can lead to listening better to the opinion of our citizens, to participate through a platform, the Sol Sheriko, where the citizens participate. I am also involved, and it is therefore a tool, one of our working tools, in order to reflect the opinion and the will of the citizens. And our president, Shamir, is also very much involved as well. We regularly go to the universities to be able to present the opinions and to make them participate through their remarks and their inputs. So also we have colleagues that are very much involved in projects, and it is through these projects that we are able to keep working together and to follow the economic involvement of our countries and our population. So once again, I would like to reiterate the wishes for success from our president on my behalf. So thank you very much once again, and I think about the future of our cooperation.
Patrícia Lali, pela sua participação nos nossos trabalhos e por esta.
So thank you very much for sharing the experience and to the civil society, and thank you very much for sharing these survey results. And now we will go to the final presentation of this panel to Dimitris Dimitriades, the president of our External Relations section, that will convey the position of the European Social and Economic Committee regarding this implementation of the institutional mechanisms. Dimitris, you have the floor.
Welcome officially President Boudali with us. It's the first opportunity to be together. It's really a great pleasure and honor for us to welcome the President with us. And also I would like to send my warm regards to President Sami via Mr. Ilali, to my good friend. We had the opportunity to work together last year in Marrakesh for the Euromed Summit. Okay, and also, not only because Mr. Rossa is here with us, and I thank him for his participation, I would like to thank the European Commission for our excellent cooperation all these years. And of course, we are looking the future because till end of June, we are working together thanks to the post-Cotonou agreement. But after that, and without any financial support from the European Commission, it is necessary to see how we will continue our efforts to work together. But in any case, I hope that we will find a solution. I'm coming back and I'm looking President Boudali just to clarify to him a very important message, not on behalf of the Europeans, because I don't have this authorization, but on behalf of the European Economic and Social Committee, that in this room, with the members of the European Economic and Social Committee, we are working together, all the members totally equally. And we are ready to work with you, of course, and we are open to discuss any issue. I will give you a small detail from a meeting that I had a few days ago with the new Chinese ambassador in Brussels. Because I didn't want to open a lot of political issues and because our relations with China is in a very crucial moment following what the European Parliament ordered us to follow, and using my knowledge coming from the European Commission, from EAS, I stopped the discussion about some very crucial topics, but I didn't open the political agenda. And I put on the table our cooperation about the water, about sustainable development, about climate change, for us very important topics. And the Chinese ambassador stopped me, and he told me, sorry, President, but I don't understand why the European Union, every time when I meet someone from the officials, from the presidents, from the institutions, they put in the agenda only this kind of topics and not other important political topics. And I explained to him that for us are very important topics. Sustainable development, the climate change are extremely important in the agenda, and topics that we can discuss with China. We cannot discuss other political issues because the agenda is like a hot potato for all of us. But coming to our meeting today, I would like to say to the President Boudali that we are ready to discuss with you everything. We have to discuss about poverty in the world. We are ready to discuss about migration, a very important topic for the European Union. We are ready to discuss and to put in our agenda for the future meetings any topic that it is interesting for both sides, for the Europeans and Africans, and I can assure you that totally equal, we will work together, totally equal. And because always the European Economic and Social Committee works like that. It's not now, it is 20 years now, we try to keep all the channels open. Unfortunately, it's necessary to tell you that it's not easy. It's not easy for a lot of reasons, logistical issues, details, but for me, the most important that we must do, and we will work together with President Boudali, it is to have better communication, better understanding. It's necessary the Europeans to understand the African, Caribbean, Pacific citizens, and the African, Caribbean, Pacific citizens to understand what the Europeans we are doing and to work together. It's a message that it's very clear from us. I will keep from Mr. Bozini's the speech, what he said about capacity buildings. It is very important. It is very important to support the civil society organizations and the social partners in Africa to be equal and to be partners. Because a lot of times we have seen that it is impossible for them to participate in the dialogue, not because they don't want to do it, but because they don't have technical assistance. And you know well that without the technical assistance and sometimes financial assistance, it's impossible, this kind of cooperation. Also, it is impossible to work with some countries if the governments didn't allow or doesn't allow the civil society organization and the social partners to participate to the dialogue and to have this kind, unfortunately, unlucky phenomenon in some African, Caribbean, Pacific states. I'm very happy because we have Ambassador Cicotti here with us, because he plays a crucial role in Brussels, and not only in Brussels. We try to establish new connections with the African Union in general. Thanks God, the General Director, Mr. Sigilmasi, is a very close friend of mine from the previous mandate as General Secretary of the Union of Mediterranean. We worked together a few years ago, and I hope that I will have the opportunity to meet him in Addis Ababa in the near future. But in any case, with President Budali, I'm totally sure that, and with President Chami, I'm totally sure that we will establish a new era of our cooperation. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado, Dimitris, pela tua intervenção.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And now we have time for the debate. So now it's your time to ask any questions or comments. Of course, our members of the follow-up committee, European Union and ACP, will want to say something. And if necessary, any other intervention is welcome. So those of you who are here for the first time, just one comment. Our follow-up committee, African, Caribbean, and Pacific European Union, includes 24 members, 12 from the European Social Economic Committee, and 12 members directly from Africa or Caribbean or Pacific. And so there is this balance, 12 members of each, the gender issues and the representation of the employees and the employees or general interests. So this is the committee that is gathered here today, so I'll give the floor to anyone who would like to ask a question. So who would like to say something? I saw that someone has a question. Yes, please.
Ok.
Yeah.
Eu vou passar a palavra.
I'll give the floor to Ian. You have the floor, sir.
Carlos, I like very much the presentation of our colleague from OECD, Alessandro Bottini. And we are looking always to Civicus, that it's a citizens engagement world organization, and to their index on civic space and citizens participation. And concerning your presentation, you presented several scenarios. But what scenario for countries that there is no civic space for civil society? There are just Congos that are invited to so-called consultation. And in the best scenario, you have some decent consultation with the organization during doing social work and humanitarian work, but not the civic one. So what is your recipe for these countries where basically to be a civic activist or to be an environmentalist or to be a trade unionist, your life is quite in danger? And what do you think European Commission should do with the funding, if it's that the solution, in order to help those organizations stay active and survive? Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Ionut.
Thank you very much. Ionut is a member of our Social Economic Committee in Europe and is one of the speakers of our meeting. Welcome, Ionut, and thank you very much for your intervention. And I give the floor to another member of our European Social Economic Committee, our colleague Dimitri from Fournier. Dimitri, you have the floor. And I would like to remind you all that it is now time to enroll for any questions. Now we have another one, also our colleague from the follow-up committee, the next speaker. Dimitri, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
President, I just want to have a reaction to Mr. Khalid Budali, because he felt the need to apologize for the hard tone. But from our perspective, we are also in European Union members from the Eastern European states. So we don't feel that we share the responsibility on Africa wherever happened. And I think the basis is what you said. Africa doesn't need something particular from European Union. What is needed, it's honest cooperation and partnerships. And I think the Global Gateway can open the path towards this honest cooperation, because the approach is bottom up. So now the question is going to you, because I am recently coming from a mission which I was sent by the President Dimitriadis in Uzbekistan. We discussed about the possibility of creating a Central Asia civil society platform, and in a way it's the same discussion like in the ACP countries, speaking about capacity. Do you think that your dialogue, your lines of dialogue can influence the European Commission and other partners to build a budgetary line for civil society organization within the framework of this Global Gateway? Of course, Global Gateway is about connectivity first of all, but I think a minimum line, budgetary line, should be foreseen for civil society activity if we want to improve the institutional capacity of the ACP countries. So how you see the concrete cooperation, to start to directo al grano, how the Spaniards they are saying, let's go directly to the point, which is the vision of the African partners? And this is an open question for all the people which are in the room from ACP countries, how they see this, because we want to learn from you directly. Not just to listen all this, and tomorrow we'll have a presentation and we will put the same questions. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado, Dimitri Forneia,
Thank you very much. In this interaction with the speakers of this panel, thank you very much. And we have here very interesting questions for Alessandro, as well as for Mr. Khalid. And so now we'll give the floor to another member of our follow-up committee, Mr. Ali Abash. He also have another colleague now, Mikos. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I apologize for sitting down, but I don't feel that well. I have three elements in my presentation. First of all, as workers, as employees and employers, I think that we are allied. We are all allied. We have common interests, and we would like to know what are the achievements in the last 5 or 6 years, knowing that the post-Cotonou Agreement is now in a follow-up dynamics of the ACP countries to reinforce democracy and governance, safety, peace, but also the role of the European Union as well as a recognized partner in favor of these aspects. But in the last 5 years, 13.5 billion euros was spent to follow up these states. We would like to know, what was this money spent for? If we go for the example of Chad, we see that in Chad, there was investment in infrastructures that really were necessary, and the effort is on multinational companies. As long as they invest in our countries, we understand that they should be included. But we would like to reassess the real situation. We would like to know what is your opinion regarding what has been with all the financing that has been given. So you you function as a regulator, and also we are interested in knowing what about the follow-up of the project. And now the second element regarding the civil society. We have to be more specific when we mention civil society. Civil society for us is a very broad concept. And I think that the main stakeholder for states in this area are the employers' associations and the workers' associations that are representative, because it's the employers and the companies that are the real stakeholders. Any policy that is outlined involves these men and these women. They are the creators of wealth and jobs. So we have to define what is the civil society, namely entrepreneurial associations or workers' associations of the private sector. And finally, I'm very happy that in Chad, this involvement is visible. And together, we have been able to do many things together because we contribute with our experiences as men who are working directly on the ground. But this meeting here, in my perspective, does not leave a lot of margin for these people in the civil society. You must give us time so we can discuss and tell you many things we have to say, considering the colonial past, and everything that we want to do from now on must have a true impact on our population and our continent. Thank you very much, my dear colleague, Elisa Bas, for your presentation. And now we give the floor to our colleague from the follow-up committee, Mr. Mavromatis.
I agree with Mr. Dimitriadis' comment that everything should be on the table and we should not be afraid to discuss all matters. There are no issues under the table that we are not eager to discuss or we are afraid to discuss. I take the liberty from Mr. Bougali's comments of not being very politically correct, but being frank and honest, and I appreciate that. I come from a small European island, Cyprus, which used to be a colony of another European country, so I can sympathize with your comments about the legacies of the past. But I come from the employers group of the ESC, and I want equally to be honest and frank with you. We totally agree with your views about how investments will help the African continent to tackle poverty, inequality, and most of all, migration that is of interest to all of us. And I remember in the past, we had opinions as ESC on promoting investments in the context of the Euromed cooperation of European companies in the countries of the southern shore of the Mediterranean. I agree we should promote that for the whole of the African continent. But in order to do so, first of all, you should not depend only on donations from countries or international organizations. You should try to persuade the private sector to invest in your continent, not only for the reasons you explained, but also from an economic point of view of themselves, that it will be profitable. In order to do so, you need to tackle the anxieties and fears of private sector investments in Africa. And most of all, I would say, issues that have to deal with the protection of property rights, that have to deal with the legal framework of their investments in Africa, that have to deal with the certainty of the legal framework that deals with these investments, and definitely issues and fears of corruption in these countries. How do you believe you can tackle these issues in order to make your case most plausible and to help us to persuade European companies to invest in your continent? Thank you.
Muito obrigado, caro colega.
Thank you very much, dear colleague, Mavromatis, for your honest intervention. And don't see anyone else asking for comment. And so now we will listen to I'm sorry, but as a president, I'm also a member of the follow-up committee, and I'm also a member of the Social Economic Committee, and I would just like to say something about two things. First of all, we all listen with the utmost attention the great presentation, as usual, by Mr. Domenico Rosa on the state of the art of the signing of the Cotonou Agreement that should have been signed in 2020, and we are now in 2023, and we hope that it will be signed as soon as possible. Because, as we say in Portugal, well, hope is the last thing that dies. We say this in Portugal, as the traditional say. But as we don't know what is going to happen in the future regarding the signature of this agreement, what I think is that our follow-up committee should make a very affirmative message, a very strong message as a follow-up committee that we are not an association, we are an institution. But a very strong message, a very strong statement to European Union, to the Council that is blocking this signature process, that the states, societies of Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific, and Europe need very quickly this agreement signed, and in particular, the organization of civil society and social partners require this agreement to be signed very quickly. And what a better place do we have than this meeting here? This is where we should make this statement. And so I would like to draw the attention to all the members of the follow-up committee, all our speakers, all our guests. Please notice the declaration project that has been given to all of you, and please express your opinion so that tomorrow, when we approve it, we will collect the opinions you have gathered, the opinions that you intend to convey. We need to make a stand regarding the Council, a very affirmative statement, of course, from our committee regarding this matter. Second issue is to say, very briefly, our follow-up committee is 20 years old. And thank you very much, Mr. Alessandro, for your work once again and for your presentation. It's a committee, as I've said 1 minute ago, that has an European experience, 12 members from the Social Economic European Committee, and 12 members from Africa, Caribbean, and the Pacific. This is a sui generis experience regarding the world. We participate 12 members and 12 delegates, men and women, Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific, workers and employers, consumers, and other organizations of the society. This experience is an experience, just like Mr. Alessandro said, is recorded and is an experience that I think should be seen with the greatest attention. Not because we are vain, that we are not, but we are very much proud of the work we have been doing to try to drive the organizations of civil society, to lever the organizations of civil society, supporting them in their different spheres of action. And as it was also said here, either we have technical assistance, either we have financial support to the organizations of civil societies of Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific, or the organizations of the civil society and the social partners, many of them do not have the possibility, the specific possibility to participate, even assuming that they have the opportunity to do so. So this technical support, this financial support, if we realized that in Africa, many organizations of the civil society, many social partners, in order to go from one country to another country in Africa, have to come to Europe because there are no direct flights. This is something that is unthinkable. If we think about the costs, for instance, the islands in the Pacific that have so many problems, if they have to move around, it's so difficult. If we know how our colleagues in the Caribbean live with the problems regarding moving from one country to the other, this is unthinkable. So it's essential that this agreement will be signed very quickly through Global Gateway, as we've just heard from Dimitri, or with direct support from the committee, from the European Commission, it is necessary that will be very quickly signed, and I reinforce this as a member of the follow-up committee, that we should make a stand, we should make a very strong statement as a follow-up committee so that we can contribute that this process will be unblocked within the committee. So thank you very much, and I now give the floor to you, sir. Final presentation. The last presentation after our colleagues, so that we can have 3 or 4 minutes for each member of the panel. Thank you.
Oh, come on. It's very hard to manage the time if you wait till the last minute.
My name is Nana Osei. I'm the head of programs at the African Union Economic, Social and Cultural Council, ECOSOC. I had a couple of comments regarding the presentation of Mr. Bozzini. I noticed that when you were presenting the governance options for the strategic engagement mechanisms, the first option that you had given being the institutionally some kind of presence of CSOs within the official organs of the partnership, that you had seen that as only occurring within the context of observer status. And I was wondering why that was the case, and if there was not an opportunity to have a more empowered kind of participation, especially since the objective of the project is to provide recommendations more or less from a blank slate. And so I was wondering why it needed to be restricted to, if there was any institutional reasons for which it had to be at the level of observer status as opposed to something more privileged. And then secondly, in terms of the facilitation and coordination of the mechanism, you had mentioned obviously the oversized component of the A in the ACP in terms of the number of African countries and how potentially unwieldy that could be. And I wanted to flag the existence of continental CSO bodies like our own, like ECOSOC, which is an organ that has been established specifically to drive and coordinate civil society components for the entire union. And I think one of the comparative advantages that we have there is that we are able to more or less effectively ensure the spread and coordination of some of these issues across all of the different regions of the continent, at least speaking from the point of view of the African continent. So I think maybe going forward, because I think we didn't have as much of an input into the consultation phase, but I think as we move forward into the coordination, I think there are some assets that are available, some advantages that we have because of our structure that can help with that. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Peter Clever, membro do nosso comitê de acompanhamento.
Peter Clever, member of our committee. Peter, please.
I think everybody has the right to make mistakes, even statesmen, even heads of governments, prime ministers. But what I'm observing here now is when we talk about the new partnership agreement, everybody's talking about one member state blocking the whole process. I want to be very honest. I want to say the name. It's Hungary. Why doesn't anyone tell us that's Hungary? Everybody knows it. And it's not against the people of Hungary, to make it quite clear. It is a prime minister of a country which is in economic trouble now. I know, I see it. Everybody can observe it. And what he is doing is trying to blackmail the European Union at the price of good cooperation with huge parts of the world. And time has come to open up the name of Mr. Orban. And we have to maximize now our pressure. I know when you start
criticizing someone, there must be a phase of face saving. But time is running out for face saving now, and I think we really should focus all our pressures against this blackmailing of a person named Orban. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you. And now the last intervention, please. I don't want to see who is. Oh, it's Richard Quimera, member of our committee. Please, Richard, take the floor.
Thank you, President. I was seeing you, and you will see me with all your technical team you have here. Good afternoon, colleagues. And I would like to start by saying small steps in the right direction are better than no steps. As a foundation and a curtain riser, all the talks, the presentations, both verbal and technical, support that where there is success, success should be built on. And where there are wrongs, listening to the positive language of partnerships, capacity building, involvement, and so forth, there looks to be a positive trend. Openness, inclusivity. So that said, I like the presentation with the different recommendations. Always the devil is in the detail. You've just given us the snapshots of each and everything. And I think the conclusive or the comprehensive study has a lot to contain. From a consumer perspective, I find that the different consumers in Europe have a vantage point, Caribbean, Pacific, and Africa, once all integrated as it is in the program, aspects to do with access, looking at the global gateway, looking at the capacity building, engagement and inclusivity, aspects of access to information, quality in bringing in the vulnerable will be something very key. Issues to do with health and safety. We will find that when we look at the food crisis, the energy crisis, when we go to water, if we are to dive into water, unsafe, unclean water doesn't guarantee growth. You'll know that most of the foodborne diseases originate from water quality and unsafe water. So issues of health and safety, education, it was all mentioned, and it is quite something very good. Issues to do governances, well captured, and engagement. I find that with the recommendations well positioned and the back and forth linkages and sharing of experiences, engagement of the youth and women will play a major role as they are the biggest production sector. Why the youth? You will all appreciate in our homes, the youth take the decisions when they pick up money from us as parents to go and decide what their choices. So their involvement and us and the markets responding to them, that will be very key. So I hope that in all the deliberations that we're having, we will be in position to coin in, build on the success, let the recommendations address the gaps, and we deliver the partnership and union together. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Thank you very much, Richard, for your words. E agora...
And now, let's give the floor once again to the members of the panel. A second round. What I would like to ask the members of the panel, maximum 3 minutes, okay, so that we can respect time, so that we can have answers or comments. So let's follow the same order, and I will give the floor right away to Dominic Rosa.
So I'm trying to respond a little bit to the different questions that have been raised so far. There is a question of the shrinking space for the civil societies in the ACP country. This is something that was evident during the negotiation, and this is why we have a specific article that is on the inclusive and pluralistic societies, that is a specific article of the new agreement that was not present in Cotonou 20 years ago. It's clear that the article is not going to solve the problem, but at least the problem is on the table and we can discuss with the counterpart to see how this space can be preserved. Then on the support to the civil society, you know that under Cotonou there was a specific financial instrument that was the EDF, the European Development Fund, that was attached to the agreement. Now in the new agreement we have no specific financial instrument. We want an agreement that is similar to any other agreement that the European Union has with an external partner, and therefore there is no specific financing tool. But of course we have the NDCI, so the neighborhood and in the International Development Cooperation Instrument, that of course attached a very huge importance to the civil society. You will have tomorrow my colleague that is in charge of the support to the civil society, Marlene Holzner. I think that she can be more explicit on how this support is going to be implemented. So, quelles sont les réalisations de 5 dernières années? C'est difficile. Bon, d'un côté, il faut le demander à vos États.
Well, we help the states. We have budget to support the political issues, but I don't want to be seen by you as the former colonial potency. I mean, and the member states. So I think that the idea is to have a specific partnership with the partner, with the African partner, or from the Caribbean, or from the Pacific. The idea is, and we saw this, that the development official is not enough to create changes, the necessary changes, but we must work more and more with the private sectors through investments, as well as investments that can come from Europe, but also to promote the investments in the countries themselves. Africa, for instance, is more problematic because I don't know how many investments are there within Africa, but the investors are faced quite often with difficult situations regarding clarity, and that are not situations that are not the best ones for investors to invest. And so the new agreement talks about including everyone, the private sector, and a specific dialogue that refers to the needs of the private sector, but also the workers' associations, the consumers' associations, and also the civil society, as we perceive it.
I think that the investment can definitely help. And this is why I think we have this strategy that is the Global Gateway. Global Gateway is not a new instrument, it's a blueprint that we want to implement in the different strategic sectors that have been identified for the different areas. We have the Africa, but we have the Indo-Pacific, and of course we have the Caribbean and the Latin America. The idea is to leverage the potential of the private sector in investing in areas that are promising. So I think that this is definitely where we are going to go. So I think that I can only support what the President said in terms of the message that should be conveyed to all the parties. At the same time, I think it is a message of, say, showing the importance that we attach to this partnership that we have with the ACPS. For the others, I think that the requests were not addressed to myself, but were much more for the other participants. So thank you very much for your invitation, and I should stop here.
Thank you very much, Dominic Jose, not only for your ear, but for your participation and contribution for our works. Thank you very much. And we hope you continue, and as until now, continue to be an activist for a post-Cotonou agreement. Thank you very much. So please, Mr. Alessandro Bozzini, take the floor.
Thank you. Very briefly, thanks for your questions. The first question on civic space was also addressed to me at the OECD. Our team just published a global report on civic space at the end in December last year. It was also presented at the Civil Society Days that the EESC organized earlier in March. We have plenty of recommendations for governments, particularly on how to strengthen, defend civic space. It builds on data from about 50 countries. I cannot detail them now, but happy to have this dialogue with you. But when it comes to the partnership, I think it is important to avoid selecting the members, the stakeholders with the same approach in all countries. That's one of our recommendations. EU delegations, they usually have a mapping of civil society. They have a person usually entirely dedicated to relations with civil society organizations. They usually know which are the actors that are worth engaging or not, but this is something that needs to be discussed on a case by case. There are national platforms, there are regional platforms, but they're not all the same type of nature. And fully agree with you, we see at the OECD civic space as a precondition for meaningful participation and engagement. I also noticed both Mr. Dimitriadis and Trindade stressing the need for capacity building. So happy you support that recommendation of ours, and we took note of your support of that. That was very important. And finally, to our colleague from the African Union ECOSOC, very happy you're here. We haven't been successful in reaching out to you, so before you leave the room, we should actually make contacts, and we'd be happy to have a real interview with you. Your feedback would be of the utmost importance. We mentioned the African Union ECOSOC among the existing experience on which the new partnership should build. And on the observer status for civil society, maybe my presentation was not clear. We're not advocating for observer status, quite the opposite. Full participant status would be obviously the preferred option, to be discussed what it means exactly, but if they could have the right to speak, decide on the agenda, vote, that would be obviously our preferred option. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Signor Alessandro Bozzini. And now I give the floor to Mr. Khalid Bodali. And one time more, thank you for your honesty, as our colleague said. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Where should I start? Very interesting topics and very interesting questions from the audience and from the participants. Let me first affirm our position on the ACP EU partnership that ECOSOC of the African Union stand in solidarity with both parties, and I think all partnerships will straighten all aspects from the economic, social, and cultural aspects of it. Nevertheless, from the community and between the communities. So we stand by you, and you get all our full support and solidarity in this matter. Responding to one of our colleagues from Cyprus, I think, what comes first? Either you're gonna give me that fish, or you show me how to fish. So I prefer that you show me how to fish, because the one that you give me, I will eat it today, and tomorrow I will ask you for another one again. That's the approach we want from our European counterparts. We're not here to beg or to expect donations or solidarity. We have what it takes. We have the capability, resource capability. We have the human capability. We have what it takes. Nevertheless, we have all our brains. They choose to go work overseas because they are underpaid at home. But the governments, their parents, the member state, they spend a load of money to qualify that element. And before you know it, he's somewhere in Europe or in the States or somewhere else. Now, Africa has a lot of multiple different players from the political point of view and from the geostrategical point of view. Now, when you have different players in the stadium that are in depth, what do you expect? How he can rise? He will never rise. So let's be frank as we start communicating with each other. So we need an action plan. They say, why Africa always in debt? And why, I would not say, why some other countries are not? Because they make money. They print money. They can print it. But us, we cannot print it. So we'll be always in debt. So we have economical problems for startups, for a state. The money that you make, you have to pay your debt. So there is a machine, there is a turnover that keeps you drowning. But that's from the government point of view. But what's the impact of the government if he's in debt? That impact will affect the rest of the population as labor force, et cetera, et cetera. So there is a cycle. And that's why I applaud and I welcome the idea of Mr. Chair Dimitris. We want solutions not out of the government point of view. Because when you watch TV and you're going to say that the EU gives such a country $200 million or so on and so forth, anyway, a number, to support or stop immigration or help them on terrorism and etc. But the government have another vision, not the citizens' vision to spend that money. So before you know it, the government or a member state is involved in its own strategic plan for a purpose. But then the citizens, they stay behind. So how can we approach? How can we involve citizens and to let them know that they can play a positive role and they can contribute and all different aspects that we want them to do? That will go through the civic space. That's exactly what our colleagues has mentioned and our panelists has mentioned. So how can we approach, how can we work with the civic space? And I'm sure that if you give money to an NGO in Africa, he's in debt and he has bills to pay. But we need to find a solution, a formula, through a partnership that can support, and we have seen some European member states, they are engaged in and underground in Africa, supporting some NGOs and building up and build up small farms and etc., small businesses, engaging more with the population to a certain extent. But that has to do with member states. That's an individual level. Now we need to talk about, we need to have that universal vision, that partnership that we are looking for. And I have to thank His Excellency Mr. Dimitris for his approach and his willingness to work with the African Union ECOSOC, because the African Union ECOSOC, it's a platform that gathered, we have different structure that what you guys have here in Europe. Us in African Union, we have ECOSOC of African Union, we have all labor force, we have unions, syndicates, normal NGOs, professional NGOs, academia, expert, and we have representation from all the 54 member states. And that will give us that ground floor, and we are pleased to announce that it was adopted last February in a head of state summit, that even ECOSOC has created national chapter in the 54 member states. In what we did, ECOSOC has taken the initiative to put foot on the ground. Where? In Libya. So if you read in Libya, in what happened in Libya, and through the news in Libya, you will say, well, I will never go there. Why? Because there is false information. And we decided to go to Libya. As a matter of fact, Your Excellency, we just came back from Libya before coming here. And we spent 4 days there. And when we arrived there, we were so shocked that whatever we heard in the news, that whatever the media is circulating, that there is rifles in, I mean, we land there at the airport, we expect to see tanks and machine guns and rifles. There is nothing. We interact with over 200 civil society organizations from all different parts of Libya. We went out at 3 o'clock in the morning, we went out at 4 o'clock in the morning, we engaged with the local authorities, the regional authorities, and we've been there for like 5 days, almost 5 days, just to discover the real ground of that country. And what we seen out there was amazing, was fantastic, from the security point of view, from the from the people, how, the way they live, they have all the goods, they have everything, what it takes. And we were so pleased and so happy, and Libya was the launching point, Your Excellency, for our national chapter. So now we have focal points in each member state, to in a collaboration, of course, with the authorities, with the local authorities, either local or at the government level. So ECOSOC has that privilege that give us access to commissioners, to participate in COREPS, which is member states ambassadors meetings, to assist at all levels in the summit, from the ministerial point of view until the head of states. And we can interfere, we can interact, we can engage. And this is, Your Excellency, the platforms that we want to build on, to use this platform. I mean, we cannot talk in behalf of the politicians. They do their work, with all due respect to them. But from our position, we want to engage with the European Union based on an exchange program, based on sharing experiences, success stories. And I'm sure that there is a lot we can learn from each other, from both sides. Africa is not a graveyard. Neither we seek knowledge, we seek partnerships, we are looking for solid partners, good partners, respectable partners that we can have mutual benefits. And I'm sure that His Excellency has stated clear that we can work through ECOSOC and through this organization to reach out to the people in need, to reach out to the people in remote areas. And that's exactly, those people will give you the real story about what happened to them. There is so many millions and billions of stories that needs to be shared, and I'm sure that we're looking for a good partnership that can be profitable. I will not say of knowledge. We're looking for more knowledge and experience sharing, the professional expertise to make it happen. I mean, even prophets They didn't born prophets. You have to start from somewhere. And I'm sure that Jesus was I think, yeah, he was a minuiserie.
Miseria.
No. Anyway, from our side, so we are open for this integration, prosperity that give us the opportunity to find ourselves and to get out from that hole that we are in it. And I'm talking about the civil society, and I'm talking about that your average citizen, African citizen that really need, instead of crossing the sub-Sahel countries over 1,000 kilometers to come to the North Africa, and then the North Africa, he will be stopped out there, and he will be looking for a way to jump the Mediterranean Sea. And we have seen few bad stories or few that put governments and put the local authorities from both sides in awkward situation. And we have seen similar things in Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia. We hear from few stories from Libya. But let's find a way to treat that problem at the crossroad. Why I have to wait for that particular person to come, let's say from Cameroon or Senegal, whatever, to cross the desert to come to Morocco, then I will engage him. Why don't we find a way to help that person before he leaves his native country? I think I said enough. I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khalid Bodali. I give the floor to Ms. Idris Ilali. Please, take the floor.
Much. Thank you to the audience for the raised questions and the issues, concrete ones. Comme on dit, la nature a horreur du vide. Et je pense.
So, if we don't do it together, Africa, Europe, and the different partners, and also the stakeholders that you are, who will do it? Who will do it? I mean, we are the only ones who can do it. Regarding each problem, I think we can see opportunities. We have lots of possible solutions, and my colleagues already mentioned them. I do believe that the young people, the African young people, is also hungry for going and finding and exploring new worlds, and also to create future perspectives of a future, and to favor the mobility of others, because mobility is also very important. It's a mechanics which favors the cultural interchanges, the solidarity between nations. And I do believe that besides the platform mechanisms that favor listening, we can also measure the impact of the recommendations that we produce, of the problems that we raise, and we can measure that. I think that we can suggest measurement tools, but if there's nothing to measure, well, we face the risk. How did you call that? Of being bored and being tired. You mentioned the word fatigue. And so that becomes boring if we lack action. And I do believe that the innovation in key subjects like science, technology, will make development be in alignment with this emergence that we all are looking for together. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Idris El Ali. And I give the floor to Dimitris. Obrigado. Please, could you turn on the microphone? Oh, thank you.
It's very clear that our committee and the African Economic and Social Committee and USASE, we are on the same way to work together. I don't want to spend more time. We have time to discuss it, but because we are running out of time, I will pass immediately the floor to Carlos to close the meeting. Carlos.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Dimitri. Bom, vamos terminar a sessão desta manhã.
Let's close this morning's session by thanking our assistants that we invited to be a part of the morning session, and we thank them for their participation in everything that went on, and especially with this panel where we were discussing the major concerns that we have in the relation between the civil society organizations of Europe with the ones from the social partners of Africa, Pacific, and Caribbean. I'm pretty sure that it was an excellent opportunity to understand the difficulties that there are, but also the strengths and the abilities that we have to build the future. Thank you all for your participation this morning, and we thank once again for your participation. We will close our morning right now because in the afternoon, the committee, the ACP committee will, together with our speakers, will have a study visit to the University of Porto, where a good practice of cooperation will be presented to them. Cooperation between the University of Porto and Africa. So university institutions, African ones. So it's fundamental to have these debates, but it's also to understand the specific actions that are carried out. And so this afternoon, we'll be working this way, and tomorrow the committee will resume here. During the morning, he will be debating the gateway, and in the afternoon, the issues regarding water, etc. So, to everyone, thank you very much. We are sorry that we cannot offer lunch, but we had no conditions to do it. Anyway, thank you very much. To the members of the follow-up committee, we will have lunch in this beautiful garden. So let's have lunch so that we are not late to the University of Porto. Thank you and good afternoon. Let's have lunch. Thank you.